one should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go. Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, law, that stings. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. Some hull had grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh? Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous salt tuna. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy. It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. It's not the best choice, it's...
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, wow, that stings. Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's choice doesn't like us accepting outside help. Better, thanks to you. I might have bled out on my own. Or worse, had to go begging the boss for some Adrena time. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Investigating an illegally grounded ship. All spacecraft must arrive and depart from authorized landing pads. That's board law, that is. Some hull had grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh? Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo. Not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous salt tuna. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
Damn it, my ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the... This...
Thanks for patching me up.
What in the blazes? Where'd you come from? Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about. Really? How is he? Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs some. Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed! Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these Really? How is it? Of course I am. I'm a superior officer. Stands to reason, don't it? Just you watch. I'll cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs some. Well, sometimes. Management's real good at cost-benefit analysis. But, seeing as I'm the acting manager in this situation, you know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
Here we go. Got them! Company ammo.
This is gonna take a lot of paperwork. This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder. Marauder, please be informed that ignoring me is dangerous for your health. Smile for my surveillance device, Marauder. I am tracking your every move. Intruders are not authorized to access the Unreliable's amenities, including the cargo hold's workbench. Please be advised that using the respecification machine will not make you a better person. Marauder, please be informed that the engine room contains nothing of value. Marauder, please be informed this ship does not possess a working power regulator for you to steal. Marauder, please be informed the ship has no crew for you to murder. All doors are on security lockdown. Nice try, Marauder. Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction. I detect an elevated heart rate, indicating dishonesty. Please prepare yourself for lethal deterrence. Gesture procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Preparing to eject all boarded parties in 5. You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment. This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne. I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand? Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced. Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand? Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time. What can I... Goodbye. Due to catastrophic power failure, all doors will remain on security lockdown. These are the crew's quarters. Alex preferred to travel alone, but he always had me. The ship's engines cannot be powered until a replacement regulator has been properly installed. If your equipment is in need of repair or modification, the Crux 2000 workbench is at your disposal, Captain.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, mister, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay. Oh, by the law. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report. This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
Marauders, deserters, illegal landing. What is... this colony coming to?
You hiding?
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from? Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's Marauder territory, friend. Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium? Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls. And low prices. Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer? Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites, we rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see? Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge. Quotas, mostly. Got a backlog of graves to fill. Bodies won't bury themselves, you know? Yeah? You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, braving the wilds. Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed. Hang on, I'm doing some math in my head. 20, 30, carry the one... all my life? Work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise. Only problem's the paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees. Former people, yeah. Marauder's been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards. Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those Marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, company's gonna duck my pay. Four workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little. He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just... Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... I ain't seen him in a few days. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad. Yeah? The colony ship? Are you talking about that old rumor? Some great big starship packed full of colonists what got lost in the aether never to be found again? Ain't heard that one since I was but a stripling. Can't say it was terribly convincing far as rumors go. There a reason you asking? Something I can do for you? Yeah?
beats working at the cannery. I could really go for some salt tuna.
Beats working at the cannery.
Spacers, keep your distance, friend. This house is no place for a traveler.
Miss Holcomb, I need to explain this directly. The grease monkey, Argo?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir. You asked why it's taking so long to fix. The answer's technical.
Don't apologize. Just try using small words for me.
The cans bust open in the oven because she's set to cook saltuna, which isn't what we've got. Mr. Thompson? I think there's someone here to see you.
Focus, Miss Holcomb. You and I are still talking. Let's start over. Walk me through the process. Show me where it's going awry.
Well, sure. It's, mostly on account of what we're feeding into the mechanism.
It puts food in cans. We have food, we have cans. Why won't it work like we need?
She's expecting saltuna of a certain size. We're filling the cans with, well, not fish.
Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Yes, so it dawns on me. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process. Oh, yes. Saw someone put his hands on a regulator while the power was running. His legs were still twitching when we buried him. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. No, I do not imagine they will be pleased. But like a parent disciplining an unruly child, you will be doing them a kindness. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home. Edgewater is struggling. We haven't hit our production quota in years. If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations. Neither do I. The fault was entirely mine. I pushed them too hard. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town. Adelaide's older than the other deserters. She's dignified, kindly. From what I understand, her camp looks to her for leadership. That reason was me. I asked too much and pushed too hard. But I am ready to make amends if they are willing to return to the fold. We belong to one community, the Spacer's Choice family. If we dissolve into factions, then we will all perish separately. Adelaide will understand that.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented, and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk.
Got my sights on you.
Got my sights on you.
If you could see your way to getting us our power back. Go ahead. It is my job to keep two eyes on my town. I'm trying to remember 25 years, 26. When you get to my age, the years just rush by. Houston, I remember looking out this window and seeing the veils spread out from horizon to horizon. We were a Times change, people change, but the veil will always be here. Spacer's choice. I wish you wouldn't say... I expect you wouldn't understand. You don't see the town. When I stand at my window and look out over my town, here's what I see. We are all part of the Spacer's Choice family. This is a Spacer's Choice town. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Loyalty's got nothing to do with it, friend. Go ahead. That you are not one of us may work to your advantage. Adelaide and her folk loathed the people. I admit the fault was mine. I'm about as diplomatic as a bristling canid. I just hope Adelaide and her folk will see their way. Nature is uglier. There is safety here. Safety and purpose. Yes, we have lost good workers to desertion. We have lost even more to plague. But it is why we must... Losing Adelaide was the hardest. She was our only flavor specialist. When she walked away, Spacer's Choice Saltuna is renowned across the system for its quality flavors and additives. We used to sell citrus-flavored Saltuna in our... Ever since Adelaide left, we have been reduced to selling
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk. Hey, mister, can we talk? Sorry. Can we... Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just... Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but... That's not the only side of it. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left. Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or... I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. About if what Mr. Thompson proposes to do is upright. Leaving Miss McDevitt's folk to their... And maybe he can think of something else to try. Something we ain't. He used to go walking outside town. Maybe he... It's just an idea. Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong. That's what my dad used to say. Something you need... That's on account of how I never met her. I don't rightly know. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the camp. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So... Well, I don't know about normal. Dad said she worked under some kind of special It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to... Where are we headed?
Hey.
Just gotta keep our heads up.
sorry. I'll just be a minute.
You had a minute. Next one comes out of your pay.
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. And Ms. Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a
Just tagging along, Vicar de Soto. Don't mind me. What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do? Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. They rejected the order of society and live beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice? Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold. Not if things are left to stand as they are. If you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not... One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down... I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public and... It's a handwritten journal. A faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? It is not only a beautiful relic of a bygone time, it's also the thoughts of an early thinker on the nature of man's place in the cosmos. Not many in this colony could understand its true value. Should they ever... Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here. Any progress on that? Please get it. A religious text deemed heretical by the OSI is an unsafe object at large, though I understand why a collector would desire to possess such a rare book, because I'm also a collector of books. Rare things in this colony. Appreciation of the written word outside monthly periodicals is virtually unknown here. Not to put too fine a point on it, but your choice of Also, you lack the distinctive worker gaze. Usually either a deadening behind the eyes, or in some rare cases, pretty universal here. Except for Ms. Holcomb, who, for some reason, doesn't seem to have much to say.
It's just... there's more to it.
Oh, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness and... Yes, but there are few who hear me. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are... Yes, and thank you for pointing it out. It is wrong of me to succumb to distress. This place could be so much more, and I will continue in my quest. They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. No? How about, work fortifies the spirit. True exhaustion awaits. Selling? No. It is free for all who seek it. I'm sorry you don't find these tried and true words of wisdom. Have you? These people need something, anything they can grasp to survive. Delving into the metaphysical minutiae of the grand plan would be nonsense. My apologies. The townsfolk are having a tough time of it.
Yeah, huh? You mean about the mission being too clear? I know, but Vickers says the universe is a machine. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling. The machine Vickers sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum. The Vicar's about the only soul in the Vale who spends his time thinking on what is and ain't right. It's just that when he looks at me, I feel... Something you need?
Any... Please. What? The OSI teaches that the Grand Architect set a perfect system in motion at the beginning of time. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in that. The Order of Scientific Inquiry, also known as... You don't talk to the Grand Architect. Once the universe... We will eventually decode the plan and all its intricacies. Once we are able to deduce the properties of every particle in the future, the past, each person's place within the plan, all will be laid out before us, removing struggle and bringing... Some even believe this ultimate knowledge will unlock mankind's true potential, and we will all become akin to Grand... Well, first there's the matter of the secret blood rites and animal sacrifice. Seriously, though, to truly understand the metaphysics... They... Mock me all you want. I know my beliefs to be... What would you like to... They who are not satisfied... The OSI... We will eventually decode the plan and all its intricacies. The future, the past, each person... Some even believe this ultimate knowledge will... I would love to discuss the finer points of my religion with you. Seriously, though, to truly understand the metaphysics... The... Fun. It concerns much bigger things than fun. Things like... We will eventually decode the plan and all its intricacies. Once we are able to deduce the property, the future, some... I would... Seriously, though.
Where are we headed?
Hey there, Mary. Don't see you round here too often.
Oh, I just came to talk to the vicar is all. None of us are above confessionals.
What have you got to confess? You ain't thinking of deserting, are you?
What? No. And I resent the accusation.
Wasn't nothing but a question.
Work fortifies the spirit.
Yeah, huh? I'm going.
Something got you down?
Nothing.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
You read the latest...
I don't know you. Amelia Kim, Spacer's... I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. Am I that easy to read? Yeah, we've been having some problems lately. Loyalty issues, lines in the sand. I know. If you're gonna have a drink, I'd like to ask that you do it within the premises. Can't have you taken... Traitors. The lot of them. Bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to Town's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rung leeches. Anyway, enough about them. Coming right up. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm contractually obligated to recite company slogans to any visitors. We'll get you mostly drunk at half the price. Spacer's Choice. Go ahead. Ugh, is this the start of a joke? If you want me to laugh at your jokes, it's a 3-drink minimum. Most folk forget where they're standing after a few drinks. Seems to me you've... Anyhow, whatever happens outside the walls is not my business. Only deserters and marauders wander out there, and I cannot. My world is these four walls, that door, and a row of mugs that... Let me make something clear. Spacer's Choice has been real good to me. I start gallivanting around outside the walls, poking around in places I shouldn't be, learning things I've got no right to know. People will talk. Won't ever catch me asking about the world outside. Else the town's gonna say Amelia's gone soft. That Amelia's pondering desertion. Keep it down, will you? We don't talk about the PLAYGE. Not here. And if you're smart, I've said enough. People come here to drink their problems. If they wanted to face their problems, they'd go see... I don't see how that... Will there be anything else? Plague got you feeling woozy? Get your... Go ahead. The Hope? No, I've never mixed a drink by that. Wait, no, never mind. We're all out of something. Yeah, I got vague recollections of some folklore about a mysterious... You feeling a bit flushed? Look, why don't you go set yourself down in the corner before you get all... Would you keep your voice down? You're gonna get the whole canteen... The Hope's folklore, all right? 60, 70-year-old folklore by now. The board don't approve of spreading seditious rumors and falsehoods. You're inviting trouble talking that way, and I don't want a part of it. Look, either shut your gob or stick a drink in it. We're done talking about this. Coming right up. You tried the best, now try the... Go ahead.
Spacer's Choice takes care of its own.
Heard something outside the walls today.
Easy. Yep, be right over. On my way. Let's go. Here we go. Nice one. Get past that. In the bar? When I asked... Sorry. I know, it... Strong drink makes me sick. And it makes me real sad. Well, never mind that. You got better. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have... Yeah, huh? attacking. We did it! Nice. Yeah, huh? I cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
Merciful law. Is that a Marauder's outfit? I don't want you wandering into my shop where... Please don't touch anything. Your hand... Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. We don't believe in free anything here in Edgewater. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet space. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains. Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions. As broke as pie crust, friend. Bitless, I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body in... Edgewater is built on the discipline and sacrifice of its people. Say what you will about our town, but we tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for... Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own... Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers! Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggest... My... What can I do for you? You know about Eugene? How? Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't... Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. That's unthinkable. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely... I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I?
Are you asking rhetorically? Because if you're being serious... Ugh, gross.
Desperate measures, Miss Holcomb. Desperate measures. I'm going to have to ask Silas to dig up those teeth. It's the only way... I'm sure that I have no other... Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature. What can I do for you? Oh? Am I... Experience was my teacher. Experience and... So, you want to be an embalmer, brochures 1 through 5, courtesy of the space... Go ahead. The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us. Mr. Thompson's brainchild. Have you met him yet? Thoughtful-looking fellow, stares out of his office. Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work. I am never wanting for work. As the good vicar says, work fortifies the spirit of a man. If you want to feel exhausted, I wouldn't call them good work. Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of... Whatever it may be, I have developed my own palliative. Boiled canid liver and a splash of ethanol. Cup. We're a sensible people. Edgewater. The plague, I wouldn't... Company... Nature is monstrous, friend. And this...
Where are we headed?
A friend of mine died a couple weeks ago.
I've never actually been in here. Seemed scary from the outside.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. We are Halcyon's leading brand in frontier justice. The office is writing up promotion. Purchase 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one's free. As long as your questions fall within the acceptable mark. If this is a setup to a joke, you should know I've never found anything amusing in my life. I don't serve Edgewater. Edgewater and the entire region of Emerald Vale serve Spacer's Choice. Spacer's Choice is a wholly owned subsidiary of Universal Defense Logistics, which occupies a seat, also known as the board. I must admit it bothers me that you don't... Something to... His likeness decorates many a wanted poster. Do you have any relevant information? I am obliged to warn you against forming acquaintanceships, friendships, partnerships, or any felicitous relationship. I am also obliged to inform you of our referral program. For every criminal you refer to the authorities, I am obliged to remind you that questioning the veracity of the board's orders is a punishable offense. Wells has been wanted for as long as the board decides he has been wanted. This decision will be made in accordance with Wells's behavior upon arrest. Unfortunately, the arrest of Mr. Wells falls outside my authority. I enforce the company policy of Spacer's Choice in the region. Wells is wanted by the board. If you have information related to the location of Phineas V. Wells, any information regarding outstanding bounties and wanted criminals should be directed to Mr. Udom Bedford. Mr. Bedford's office is located on the Groundbreaker. Halcyon's original colony ship, now repurposed into a space station. Mr. Udom Bedford represents the board's interest on the Groundbreaker. Something else I can do? As long as you're... If this... I don't... Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. The bureaucracy is a noble profession, but not all of us are gifted enough to... Something to report. Know how to carry yourself in a fight? Cross them off and bring me their fingers. Just one per marauder, please. I'll dust off the old finger. As long... If I don't serve... Careful, stranger. Talk like that comes dangerously close to sedition.
Something you need?
Been eating nothing but salt tuna for a year.
I know how you feel.
This is where the magic happens. Well, science. Hey, that's... I mean, if you need it. Okay. Yeah, huh? If you need to go, I'll wait outside. I don't like coming out here. People on the street stare. Oh, you like flowers? I can't find many kinds around here. My dad's... It's an office. Just my office. fast. If you're hungry, I could open up a can of something.
Move along. Hmm? Carry on.
Sorry, I've got a lot to do. Sorry, I got a lot to do.
Sorry, I got a lot to do.
I don't have time for this. Huh?
Clever. Got it. Heads down.
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Foreman Granger. Mind those words don't come out of your mouth unless preceded by yes or right away or thank you. Shit. Silas still on about that? Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law, you ought to be. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative, which meant me. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstairs. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's choice. Eugene wasn't family. Yeah, I was the closest living person relative to his body at time of death. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town... In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's choice. Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May his atoms be commended to... All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace.
Something you need?
Somebody's been spinning a tale about a lost colony ship. Talk like that'll get... I paid his burial... Didn't anyone ever tell you not to go rifling through other people's correspondence? Excuse you. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein already belong to Spacer's Choice. Never mind. I don't... What's... Yeah? What's up?
Move along.
You're safer inside the walls.
You're safer inside the walls.
Somebody's been running around town raving about a colony ship. Plague must have gone into their brain matter. Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department. Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. Technically,
If you're falling sick, I don't want you.
I'm not allowed in here. Not since the vending machine incident.
Holcomb, got my eye on you. Miss Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment. Ask her if you care. I'm running a business.
I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Go right ahead. What, you mean Edgewater? That's a peculiar question. This a test. It's fine and dandy. Couldn't be happier. Wouldn't want to spend my life working anywhere. You are condescending to me, and I do not care for it. I don't get paid for banter. Was there something you needed? Go right. Plague? I don't know anything about a plague. You have got the wrong idea about me. Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the conditions of that sickness, but survival of the fittest. It ain't just a law of nature. It's company policy. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value to society. Spacer's Choice will dispense medicine for the indispensable. Then the hand of medical science will not grace you with its touch, and you must recover on the virtue of... Listen, you mind if we talk about something else? Rambling about company policy gets me feeling... Other than yourself? Definitely the vicar. Don't get me wrong. He seems a decent man, cut from church cloth, knows... But there's something about him that bothers me. Like he's not one of us. Sometimes Amelia. Definitely Amelia Kim. Word is, they're gonna replace her with an automechanical barkeep. She's, what's the word? Obsolete. You don't want to associate... Plague. I take umbrage with your choice of phrase. Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the... Spend enough time in the Spacer's Choice family. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value. It is better than fair. Listen, you mind if we talk about something else? Word? Plague? I don't know. You have got the... Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the conditions of that sickness, but The fact is, if you work hard, you have got no cause to worry. Spacer's Choice is built on love. And like any real love, it is cold and tough. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value. Then the hand... Listen, you might... Music to my ear.
Where are we headed? You mean why I'm not allowed in the store anymore? There was a kind of a thing with a vending machine when I was 12. Not intentional. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But so I did my thing. And next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of Zero G rolling out the front door. It's not funny. Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer a third shift to get it all canned. Anyhow, you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of Zero G? Exploded all over Mr. Thompson. One bottle after another. I was just shy of working age, so Dad had to pay all the damages. Rose still angry at. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's Choice. Go.
Heard something outside the walls today.
Company ammo! Cross them off! Time to collect a fine bounty!
I appreciate the company and all, but you really ought to leave. You don't... Because I'm sick. You don't want to associate with people in the sick house. We're not worth your time. I'm in about as much trouble as I can be. No reason you ought to be tarnished by a... Figured it was obvious. I got sick. Couldn't get better on my own. Maybe you don't know this, but there's a real simple reason you don't talk to the plagued. Don't. Please. I could get into a lot. People trouble. Lazy worker like me getting special treatment from some out-of-town physiker like you? people will... Company always tells us weak spirits lead to weak bodies. If I didn't want to fall sick with plague, maybe... You've got Adrena time? How? No, I don't want to know. Could be... I'm feeling a touch faint. If you don't mind... I don't want any...
Gotta find cover!
I don't want it.
Down! Lost sight of him!
They start asking you for some medicine, come tell me. I'll set them straight.
Another day at the cannery.
Don't go knocking your work.
We'll get you mostly drunk at half the... Go ahead. I don't see how... You're the first to ask after me in some time. I'll give you that. My family's workspacer's choice for 2 generations, and I've lived in Edgewater. Wanted to work in the sciences once upon a time. Would you believe it? What happened, you ask? What always happens when you're dreaming? Oh, I just didn't have the brains for it. Asked too many questions. Wasn't suited to the work. So I did the right thing. Now that I'm behind a bar, I can ask all the questions I want. Important ones. Like, when are you gonna pay your tab? Don't talk to me that way, please. Spent many years disabusing myself of that notion. Lab work ain't for me. Never was. Never will be. What's wrong with that? It's good, honest work. Pots and pans don't scrub themselves. Unless you're in Byzantium. I hear everything's automated there. They did. They gave me a life. Not so fast. So. That right? Prove it. I already asked you not to bring that up around me. Change the subject. Coming right up. Plague got you feeling woozy? Get yourself boozy with... Go. Suppose I... That right? Sounds as if you've been keeping questionable company. You're right. I don't believe you. I'd advise you to keep that story unsaid. Don't want people thinking you're a loon. I've talked to... I've talked enough about my past. Coming right up. We'll get you mostly drunk at half the price. Go ahead. I've talked... Plague got you feeling woozy? Get yourself... Go.
Yeah, huh?
Had your rations yet?
Yep. 2 whole cans of salt tuna.
You think corporate's ever gonna visit?
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love the wind here.
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of... Just my luck. I ask for backup and the boss sends me one of them auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Go on. I'm Ludwig Miller, Associates. Unofficially, strictly between you and me, I am the... You ever seen the way a mechanical just stands there? Just looking at you, scanning you with its murderous... Mechanicals have been programmed to eliminate... First they will rob us of our jobs. And once they have taken away our livelihood... I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saltuna cans, mostly. Some Spacer's Chaw. Few bit cards. I'll reward... Enlistment fees. Yeah, I suppose. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our... This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the Resistance. Guess this means he's fine. Mechanical repellent! A stroke of inspiration from the law itself. Here, I've been saving...
Aw, he ain't no threat. Bet I could fix him up smart.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to...
I could probably fix that. I mean... Yep, I see the problem. His nav mod got dislodged. Must have taken a tumble. Just gotta give it a good push and wait for the click. There we go. Jeremy's good as new. Well, new by Spacer's Choice standards anyhow. His name's Jeremy, by the by.
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path toward repair bay detected. Initiating self-diagnostics.
On account of I fixed him. And he's Jeremy on account of his helmet. It's like Jeremy, the officer in True America. Hebs to Shirley. I make a point to watch every... Be more careful out there,
Self-diagnostics initiated. Please do not disturb.
Bring us honor, soldier. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equal cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical had. On the...
You think corporate's ever gonna visit?
Bring us honor, soldier. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With copper... There's a workbench right through this door. Attach that unit to your favorite weapon and go forth into glorious... Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomic... There's the rub. If a mechanical breaks down, the logic module fries, so you can't rip one out of its corpse. You're gonna have to find an intact model.
I don't reckon so. I work with gears and pistons and such. Stuff you can put hands to. Computers and mechanical brains are outside my ken.
You know, she names the mechanicals she fixes. Calls them Bess and Clancy and so on. You keep a careful eye on her. Could be a sympathizer. Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner workings of the automaton. Well, excuse me. What I meant was, If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of
Something you need?
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier. Oh, sweet merciful law! A marauders! There a reason you're running around outfitted like one of those monsters? Did Mr. Thompson send you to... Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about... What? No. I mean, I might be. Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. Sounds like he's already told you. You may as well. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching. And soon I shall be
Don't say that, Mr. Abernathy. You still got a couple decades in you.
I'd steer clear, Ms. Holcomb. My affliction's bound to be contagious. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one. I am? Law, help me. Paranoia is one of the... I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me, I could really use the help. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Couple hours out of your day and some light second story. There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we... I need you to break in. I'll do what I can. I tried medicating myself with Adrenatime. Didn't do much for me, as far as I can... Anyway, I can't just buy medicine. Distribution of medicine is strictly prohibited to any workers beneath the acceptable... More like the company won't treat me because I'm not healthy enough. You will not find any guards within sight of that... I have it on good authority. There's a gang of them squatting there. So you'll do it? You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, Law, it's in my spleen now. I can feel it. Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over. Probably tracking. I know that. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but I never did find.
Yeah, huh?
Somebody's been running around talking about the Hope.
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy. Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead. All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his attic. I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do. All right, here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town, and we don't have the medicine to treat. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape. Something like that. Look, I'm not in the habit of law-breaking, but that's all I can ask.
Something you need?
A friend of mine died a couple weeks back. Still in. You passed it.
At least you got your health.
Hey, Miss Parvati. Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right?
Been keeping him careful and true. Best to ask her.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I get... Oh.
Something I can do for you? Yeah? Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene, the night we were supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? When I woke up, his body was gone. Spirited away. Vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the... Let me know if you find... You run into any trouble. Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. And I'll buy you a drink sometime. Suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another. Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top. Yeah? You could, but you'd be wrong. We're so... Every night.
Had your rations yet?
Yep.
Any progress on that matter? Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this... French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at... Well, yes. But I assure you, it was not for... I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. Oh. Bakonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so... Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. The story of my life. Most lay people are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plot. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worst idea to share my... And that's how I ended up assigned prison duty, where I was fool enough to let an inmate bend my ear with stories of an original Bakonu joke. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to... You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your... Free spiritual counseling, someone to watch your back, not to mention a grown-up in the party.
I'm 28.
Exactly. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fair... Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my penitentiary term. Left many in a... Of course. I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI, but instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Fantastic. Let me get my things in order.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery. And to leave, I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale. I'll meet you on the ship when you're ready.
Where are we headed? I used to skip rocks in the river till Constable Reyes ticketed me for unlicensed terraforming. I think she was jealous. She don't know how to skip rocks her own self. I always wanted to poke around in here.
Thanks.
Incoming! Well, that's gotta hurt. Ready when you are. Hey, take your time.
Unexpected noise identified. System alert. Maintenance required for adjacent automech.
Got him! Look out! Where are we headed?
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along. Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those. Yeah, that's us. And you can tell Thompson we're doing just fine by ourselves. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind. Explains why you're still yammering on it. No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Vale's a wide place. She could be anywhere. Could do without the gallows humor. I'll tell you what Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at. Little ways ago. She was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does. She was lazy and thoughtless, but she still... Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no... Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. What is it? What is it? If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were... Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but... No, dear. The garden belongs to us all.
Life is the gift of the universe. The soil around the Vale went sour years ago, but I found a way to sweeten it back. The secret recipe is a little bit of elbow grease, a dash of love, and a heaping pile of special fertilizer. A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go, and not so like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil. We put down new roots. It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I... Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Make amends? Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scraps Spacer's choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it. I trust you will listen to your conscience. Anything else I can do for... I am getting old, you know. These two lamps of mine are not as bright as they want. Remains to be seen. Might be the man that saves the Vale. Might be Reed's personal gun hand. People around here lack the strength to effect change. Or they have the strength, but not the will. A little prattling never hurt anyone, dear. You might even catch a little sense, if you listen close. I can't stop you from conducting your business down at the plant. I just want you to know that if you take our power away, you will have brought an end to our way of life. Not under Reed's watch. He and I would come to blows within a day, and he would never tolerate my tending to a garden. This is my home. It will be my home even if Reed cuts our power. That's because Reed was my boss. I was the cannery's one and only flavor specialist, you see. Remember that limited run of white chocolate saltuna? My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear. I could not possibly care less if he does. That's not strange at all, dear. Few of us truly know where we are. The world can seem... But we must remember that being lost is... This is the old botanical lab, in Emerald Vale, on Terra 2. By the look on your face, I'm getting... Are you not feeling well? Ought to lay your head down. That sounds like fever talk, all right. So, where did you say you were from? Is that a new settlement of some kind? I haven't kept news from outside. Oh dear, I see what's happening. You've been taking Adrena time. You ought to try some of my purgative tea. Won't cure what ails you, but it will distract. Maybe I do. I don't know yet. Growing up, I heard my folks talking about the hope. Listen, don't you worry about what I think. That's not important. Worry about what the board thinks of you going around talking. You carry on about coming here from another world, and people will talk. Talk leads to questions. Ask enough questions. No, but the board may have... I'm listening.
So what's the plan?
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was, Whoa, Miss Parvati.
Are you, are things safe?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't...
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this.
Are you from town? I mean, you don't exactly look... Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we? Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands up...
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads. No kidding! Really? Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. I appreciate you. In fact, I put aside something special, on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Sure. What's on your mind? Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness. We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... we could really use... Any luck finding... What's on your mind? Any luck?
You hungry? We got canid ribs. Something I can help you? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like... Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all... Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a... Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her... She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain... The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she... Hey, I got... I'll help...
What is it? What is it? Clever.
I've got some time. Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. Don't want to make a... Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
You wanna ming? You what? Does it feel good? Robbing an old... Betray a man in his final hours? Of course, I understand. So, you just here to watch me die, or what?
I don't want any Esther's got medication? How? Did the boss get a new shipment? I'm sorry, it's just... Nope, I'm sorry. I can't accept help from Esther. If I deserved treatment... Why? That is exactly what I've been doing. Not my place to dole out punishment. All right, you made your point. If Esther offers to treat me, I...
I appreciate what you've done, but we shouldn't be seen together. Oh, I'm an actuary. Technically...
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Carry on.
What's on your mind?
I don't have time for this.
Where are we headed? He's just interested in fixing stuff. He always used to follow me around, asking me to explain what I'm just glad he's alive. That he's okay. I mean, when Mr. Thompson said he was fine, if he wants to learn about engineering, we should help him get those data pads he wants.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing.
Heard something outside the walls today.
Spacer's choice. Music to my ear.
You've given me something to mull.
Stay down, miscreant! What? Take him down! Waste of company ammo! Spacer's Choice takes care of its own.
Something you need?
If you're falling sick, I don't want you near me.
Don't worry. I wouldn't do
We'll get you mostly...
Wish we had some better rations.
You're safer inside the walls.
What's on your mind? Trying to get us all in trouble. What do you think you're doing? I don't have time for this.